back to the stream. This is I'm gonna be streaming Dark Souls 2 this time around. Mainly because I was playing it last night and felt like start playing it again. Well, keep playing it. This is a character that I had created because I lost some save data when a couple years ago my storage gave out my PC, so I lost all my Dark Souls 2 save data and Dark Souls 3 save data. But I just been itching to play Dark Souls 2. But yeah, I'm just sitting here grinding up Awestones so I can upgrade the Company of Champions so I can get the first dragon ring. That red icon showed up. Is what it is. But yeah, I'm just essentially sitting here just gonna grind out Awestones at an old night. He does drop. I've gotten him to drop 3 so far. So I only need 22 more to go. Which, granted, when I finally started farming for it last night, it was dropping them fairly good. Oh yeah. Slowly working on getting my character built back up. See, he drops it. But I may end up, depending on how long this wants to take. This is Scholar the First Sin. I might run over there and kill the dragon, get the Watch Dragon shield, so I can up my item discovery even more. Yeah, help me get able to drop with the Awestones, but he's been dropping them pretty good. So. Now, granted, I did farm up the Prison of Tatters, and I have made it to the Iron Keep so I can buy the Jester hat, which I prefer it over the Merchant's hat. I didn't even know if the Champion Covenant's on. He being nerfed to do 20% less damage, I'm still able to take him out in 3 hits. Granted, I'm also wielding a +7 longsword, so that doesn't hurt none either. Now, if the damage numbers look small, that's just because the aspect ratio I have on the game. I need it to fit the screen properly. But if you squint hard enough, like I do, you can see it. Sometimes. But just working towards just getting myself a ring. The one ring to roll along. Or first stages of the one ring to roll along, anyways. Because who doesn't like more health, more stamina, and more grappling? It's a level 94 character. With even stat spread, just because that's just how I build my characters. But, yeah. My nose wants to be a little runny right at the moment. I sneezed just a little bit ago. Gotta love allergies. But I'm working on getting stuff set up for when I finally get the rest of my gear again. So when I'm gonna level up some stats, get them prepared for when I do reach that point. Jewel and take a level of faith. I usually have an all-rounder build. That's what I normally have anyways. I'm good at melee, I'm good at magic. So normally, when I played Dark Souls 2, I could say I use a hex build, but not entirely. I do up and phase. I tend to use my preferred catalyst of choice is the Black Witch's staff. I can cast miracles, sorceries, all the hexes. No problems. Yeah. I'm getting plenty of human effigies off of them as well. Thing finally went away. Don't know what it was, but I have no idea. I had never seen that icon before. But oh yeah, starting or after this stream, I will this stream on Sunday. Next Sunday's stream will be 5 to 9 instead of 4 to 8. Just to give me time to eat for our stream. Now the head. He bumped me on the head. Should have done as much damage as the handle. Oh, I don't know. Blunt force trauma to the head. But I am a jester. It's just all smooth up there. No lumps. So it shouldn't have hurt nothing. No, I usually rock the ruler's armor, king's armor. I always call it king's armor. It's basically what it is. I'll rock that chest piece, the Drakekeeper gauntlets, greaves, and helmet. While wielding the Drakekeeper sword and the Drakekeeper shield. Now I have been seeing, because I've been looked at it last night. They say you can only ever get one of each on each new game, and I'm like, okay. I don't know whether you're saying that because how long it takes to grind one out, or because you sat and actually took the time to attempt to grind a second. I'll find out myself when I go to do the grinding. Now, granted, I have attempted to get a second one before, but that was back on the original Dark Souls 2 on the Xbox 360. I did attempt to get a second one on the Xbox One, and I don't remember if I attempted to get a second one on this on PC. Not a clue. And it's not like I can check because my storage kind of gave out on me and I lost all my saved data. And yes, if y'all wondering, I'm wearing both the silver and gold covetous ring. I got on the Jester gloves to increase my souls, and I got on the merchant pants to increase Seldor trousers to up my souls, and Jester's hood, Resident Tatters to up my item discovery. Now, have no fear, when I go to find my Drakekeeper sword, I will most certainly be rocking the Jester hood, Resident Tatters, Watch Dragon shield. And if it's possible, have the gold covetous ring +2 man. That's all. Later. I don't know if I'll stream Dark Souls 2 again or not. But we'll see. But yeah, and I always usually rock the either the Bow of Want. I think it's the rock. No, it doesn't have bow. I don't think it does. Anyways, I usually use the Dragon Rider bow. Or I started using the Dragon Rider bow last time I was playing. When I was on Xbox One. One of my previous playthroughs of the game, or one of my previous characters, I used it. And I enjoyed it because, one, it does magic damage, so it applies that to every arrow I fire, so it's a nice little perk. Which increases my damage output greatly because I spec into it, so magic away on up. And now there won't be any PvP. One, I'm having issues connecting to the server. I'm not worried about connecting to the server. 2. I was never good at PvP. At least not in Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3, I was fairly decent. I don't know. I don't know whether it's because it's the weapon arts or what, but I was actually pretty decent at it. But yeah. And of course I went with the typical infusion on my Drakekeeper sword. Infused it with dark. Get the most out of my build and get the most damage on it as well. I use Dark Orb, which, if memory serves, is one of the best X's you could have outside of Resonant Soul and Resonant Soul. The ones that take souls to use. Never particularly liked using those. I mean, granted, if you're going to be sitting at like a meta level to be able to use it, yada yada yada. And then, you know, well, man, so you can just dump your souls because you don't need them. You're not leveling up. Or upgrading gear, just to upgrade gear. But I know the one time that I got through all the DLC, because I don't think I got through it the second time. I don't think I sat and just did it all. I started on it. Never finished it. But I use, I'm pronouncing his name right. Rames, or Fume Knights. Use his chest piece. Sarah Alon's helmet. I'm not using the Iron King's crown. Second King's crown. It's one of them. I do not remember it off the top of my head. But it's the one that would periodically restore spell uses. I'd wear that or Sir Alon's helmet. Depending if I started a new game plus, because I started a new game plus, I gotta get them all reactivated. I would have to be. And so I kind of just steered away from it after a while. It's a whole hassle of going through the entire game to get to where I needed to go, be able to activate it, and be able to use it. It didn't really help me enough. But I wore Rame's armor, Saralon's helmet. I wore the Sanctum Knight leggings. I honestly don't remember what got me to it. I don't even remember. Period. This time around I'm planning to wear the old King's armor. I'm just going to throw on a helmet. Leaning towards the Elite Knight helmet. That's what I'm leaning towards this time around. Okay, great, I'll have the Drakekeeper stuff. No problem. But yeah. Well, he was giving me out Awestones at a fairly nice pace. Made him up to 4. At least I'm getting human effigies. Amber herb. Gives me back some spell slots. I don't particularly use it. But, yeah. I don't know, once I finally get the 25 I need to get the first dragon ring, it's gonna be well worth it. Especially how well I've gotten into the games with this character. And who knows, if I can get luck up and get the 21 I need real quick, then I'll leave the company of champions. I mainly only use it to grind levels and items. I don't just sit here and play through the game. It's company of champions. One of those Souls players that tries to punish himself, where make everything much harder. Which, granted, you know, I get my first Dreamkeeper sword on Xbox 360. It only took me a month of grinding. Playing for several hours a day. Like, I don't ever want to hear anybody complain about, oh, it took me 15 hours to get this item. It took me a month. I probably logged well over 100 hours trying to get mine. I was using Bonfire Aesthetics back in the day. I didn't even know Company of Champions was a thing. Well, no, I did know it was a thing. I didn't know it made enemies infinite respawn. It wasn't listed in the player's guide back in the day. So I had like bonfire intensity somewhere in the neighborhood of, I don't know, like 40. I got very intimate with how those Drakekeeper knights fight. I will leave it at that. It's like how when I played original Dark Souls, I just sat and grinded the Silver Knights or Mondo for 6 months. Non-stop. I can backstab them without second thought. I can parry them without a second thought. I know how to parry the arrows that the great bows fire without a second thought. I only killed a few billion of them. And if you want proof that I can parry the great arrow, check out my Dark Souls playthrough on my channel, my YouTube channel. I have it recorded. Might be a lot lower energy than what I am now, but back in the day when I was working 10-hour shifts, 7 days a week job, I was trying to record the Dark Souls series and everything at the same time. Yeah. So, needless to say, I was kind of shot, enthusiastic-wise. I was having fun with the game, don't get me wrong, on that part. But, yeah. And all I was doing was just grinding them for souls. I had a set path I would run, kill all of them, and then use the homeward spell. Miracle. Go back to the bonfire. Rinse, wash, repeat. I think it got to the point where it only took me maybe 5 minutes to get through the whole bunch of them. I had been leveling up so much where I got my stats to the point that I was getting the bonus souls for killing them in excess of their health. But extra, I think you have to do an additional 50% of an enemy's health to get extra souls. Or it's 25%. It's somewhere in that area. A single hit. You have to nuke their health bar. And do an additional 25 to 50% of their health. And you get extra souls. I don't know if I ever gave it a name to it, but I basically considered the overkill mechanic. If you can overkill them, then there you go. You can gain extra souls. But speaking of overkilling, the Drake Keepers, they're absorbently weak to dark damage. I find it hilarious because their weapon has an amazing dark enchant on it. You do enchant it for dark. You get up to like, if I remember correctly, like 340 damage split between physical and dark. What's not to love? Next level. Yeah, I'm a few kills away from that. That's also the reason why I'm wearing the soul gear, just because I'm like, I know I'm gonna kill a few million of these guys. Might as well get souls out of it while I'm at it. I mean, you know, dual purpose. May not be a lot of souls, but souls nonetheless. Yeah. Why'd you have to hit me in my noggin? But yeah. But I remember the first patch of the game where they nerfed the lightning spears use count, or the great lightning spears use count. I mean, great lightning spear. Oh well, lightning spears in general. Before they nerfed the use amount on them. I went and fought the secret boss, the Dark Lurker. I remember his name correctly. And I destroyed him. Because I had 33 lightning spears. And if I remember correctly, I had 11 great lightning spears. And he does not like lightning whatsoever. So I essentially just peeled him away down to nothing in just a few seconds. Like, the only thing that kept me from killing him any faster is I had to let the stamina regen. and that was it. That's the only thing that kept me from killing them any faster. I think I had like 40 faith when I fought him. Might have been higher.
Bearer of
But it was so satisfying. Take out a secret boss. Almost no effort on my part. After the whole area he was in was like ruthlessly hard, and I just sat there and turned him into a pile of dust in 2 minutes. Honestly, I don't even think he split into his double. That's how quick I killed him. I found out about the double the next time I fought him because it was post-patch and nerfing, and it took me longer to kill him. I didn't have near the spells. Oh, it's been more of a miracle boy anyways. Also, considered the way I build my characters, balanced in all stats anyways. One, because I just like changing things up with a drop of a hat. And two, in Dark Souls, you had the Great Sword of Artorias, cursed and non-cursed. And you had to have fairly decent stats in all four: strength, dex, int, and faith to actually use it effectively. So, needless to say, I kind of just stuck with that methodology. And I've really never looked back, because especially since I added in Hex or Dark. There goes an Awestone. But yeah, since they added in Dark and it scales off of Int and Faith, and they made Fire scale off Int and Faith after the first game, and it's like, alright, cool, great. That just means I can use Fire and Dark weapons. So it went well. Now, when I have played Demon's Souls. When I did on a PS5, I did play through and I finally complete a Demon's Souls playthrough, like fully complete. I'd never done it on the PS3. Just couldn't get myself motivated enough to do it on the PS3. I tried numerous occasions, just couldn't motivate myself to do it. Made the remake, I played it. I think part of it was because of the graphics and because it had some hiccups that just weren't fixed. Remake fixed some of the hiccups. But, yeah. I chose the knight in it, or the knight class. That's the class I choose in Demon's Souls, because you don't have access to the deprived. That's granted, my first time on Dark Souls, the first character on there was a knight. So. But every subsequent character I have had for every single Dark Souls game and Dark Souls playthrough since my first character in Dark Souls has been a deprived. One, for the even stat distribution, and two, after playing the game for basically a year non-stop, I was fairly confident in my skills of playing the game. The sad part is I would come back to the game periodically and keep playing. Reminds me of my funny story of I was playing Dark Souls and I was on New Game plus 5. New Game 5 was actually New Game 6, but New Game plus 5. But from that, we played Dragon's Dogma on release day. And I was through the game in like an hour or two. And I wasn't just, Not doing anything, doing any of the side quests or anything. I was doing side quests, the main quest. I just steamrolled it because I got so used to Dark Souls being so punishing. And I was just reading all the attacks so well that it just never touched me and never ever stopped to heal. I just kept cutting my way right on through, no problem. So then, like, an hour, I think it took me 4 hours, I think, I had the game beat. Brand new, fresh character, no experience on my part in the game. Just because I was on New Game Plus 5 on Dark Souls and jumped straight into it. I kinda easily crushed it. But it was also back in the day when I was unemployed and I didn't have money to buy games when I wanted to buy games. I had to trade in a game or get one from GameStop and beat it in 7 days and take it back and get another one at the same price. Which I did a lot of that. Dark Souls was one of the first few games at that time that I actually bought and kept. And I did buy a used copy. I didn't buy a brand new copy. Wait till after the game was out for a little bit and bought a used copy. Which they were abundant. Me and my buddies, we all ended up getting a copy of it. We competed to see who could actually beat the game first. So that was fun. And I can say, granted, there's no video evidence of it or anything, but I beat Smo and Ornstein the first time, and I chose to fight Ornstein because I wanted his spear. So I had the hard fight. Because Lightning Smo is no big deal. Giant Ornstein, he still has the same speed as small Ornstein. That's a fight. And I don't know how many times I was supposed to be dead in that fight, but I did it. I survived by the skin of my teeth, and did it on my first try. Now, granted, I had sat and watched all my buddies fight him a bajillion times, so I had had time to watch, learn, at least gain some visual experience. Not actual experience, but some visual experience. See how he was going to try to kill me. They were going for just whoever they could get. They didn't care if it was Ornstein or Smo as the final one. I deliberately chose to fight Awestone as my final, because I wanted his spear. And if I remember correctly, when I finally got around to beating the game after grinding in Orlando for 6 months, I was level 210 when I stopped grinding. I was level 212 after I completed a game past the Orlando. I hadn't even beat Smo and Ornstein, so I hadn't even gotten the Lord's Vessel yet. Okay. And I fought and killed Smo and Ornstein before I got to that level. Not yet. I think I was around the hundreds. Or in like 100 and something. Finally decided to fight and defeat them. But yeah, and that's also before I had the level of knowledge I had. Now I was doing all that while fat rolling. Fat rolling, just all the way around, not being the most optimal thing in the world. I had ridiculous stats and it helped, but ridiculous stats only get you so far. I'm just still surprised now the way I play now versus then, and how I even beat Smoke Extinct the first time. I got so lucky. I don't even know how I did it. It's just laughable at how lucky I got on that. And then I think it was about a year or so later, they released a DLC. Played that. Like New Game plus 2, I think. 3. Somewhere in that area. I'd have been higher than that, I'm not even sure. I know I went through DLC a couple of times before I quit playing. No. They released it well after I had stopped playing, like a good year or so after I stopped playing. So I actually just created a new character and played the game, played the DLC. That's when I got really good at parrying. I didn't want to get my stats up as high as I had to last time in the DLC. I made sure I hit the minimum I need to be sort of a glorious cursed. Bumped my face stat because, well, I'm a miracle boy. And a sun bro. Always co-op. Or I'll phrase it this way. After the first game, because I had terrible internet. And I was always playing at my buddy's house and they didn't have internet. So we'd never play online. We were actually with each other. So, I know, yeah. By the way, we all soloed the entire Dark Souls first game. Outside of NPC summons, we had no help. And I deliberately didn't even summon any NPCs. So, I summoned nothing. I went through the entire first game by myself. Now, my original new game, all by myself. Now, I did on my subsequent playthrough, and all games lead from that point onwards. I summoned the NPC summons. Because especially in Dark Souls 2, you have a whole quest line. Quests or lines set around the NPCs you can summon and everything too, so they all have their own quests. It's like, summon me here and I'll do this for you. Kind of thing. But yeah. I've essentially gone through all the games solo, for the most part. Dark Souls 3. Went through the first time solo. Yeah, because we all agreed to go through the first time solo. Because, you know, it's just at that point, it was just a tradition for us. It's like, if you can't clear the game solo the first time, then No, we all got to the Nameless King. That's what it was. We have been fighting the Nameless King, and none of us could beat him. We eventually worked it out. We all fought him, and we helped each other, and we eventually got it where we killed him. It's like the one boss that just stopped us in our tracks. Funny enough, they're bringing them back in Elden Ring Rain, or Night Rain. I agree with some of the comments I saw when I was looking stuff up for Dark Souls 2. They need to bring back Fume Knight for Elden Ring Night Rain. They need to bring him. Just skip the first phase. Just give him the second. That's all you need. Just let him come in as the second phase. Don't even let him have his first. Just break these people. And in my experience, playing all of the Souls games, he is in at least my top 10, if not top 5 hardest bosses I've fought. Number 1 goes to Dark Eater Madir. Hands down, Dark Eater Madir. Every time. I mean, I struggled with some of the Bloodborne bosses, but not really enough to say they were hard. A lot of it was my own impatience. And like getting my gear upgraded. And I don't know if people can do this stuff so level 1 and no upgrades and all this. Not me. Plus, it's not how I enjoy games. Especially when I have patience. But no, I was just impatient, and I made them harder than they had to be. Oh, no, I'll take it back. Ludwig, he was a hard one. I will give him, he's at least top 10. I'm just going to put at number 0 the whole Sekiro. Yes. I tried. That is the only From Software game I will sit here and say I just can't do it. I tried, and I tried, and I tried. I just couldn't get into the swing of the game. So that's my number 0. Not my number 1, my number 0. Who knows, maybe I'll sit down and actually give it another try one of these days, but right now, no. I don't think my blood pressure would be able to handle that. I don't have blood pressure issues at the moment, but point being, I don't think I can handle it. Alright, cool. 6, 19 more to go. It's only been about 50 minutes. 3 and 50 minutes, not bad. I like those odds. So it should stand to reason I should have 12 to 15 by the time I finish the stream. If it keeps up at this pace. But yeah, number 1, Dark Eater Madir. Number 2, Gale. Oh my god. That man is a unit. I don't care what anybody says. Granted, me and my buddy got to the point where we could trivialize him. Between the fact that I I experimented with every possible weapon you could use. Guy with high stats and everything. You know, at least 40 in every single stat. Found that he was exorbitantly weak to frost. So I used that to my advantage. I ended up using my Nameless King method against him, where I used my Black Knight shield and enchanted it with Strong Magic Shield, Great Magic Shield. The high-end one. And I just rocked a ring necessary to keep the buff up longer. And I rocked the aggro ring. And between the weapon art and spells, he had the Fortune Teller staff. I think it's called the Fortune Teller. It's the one that spewed poison of its own. He also would use Mercury, which would hurt me too, but with that, and along with me rocking some stuff that had the ring on it, gave me a small health regen. But we also communicated the whole time and told him, was like, alright, hey, I'm starting to get a little low on health, and it's about time for my shield to fade off. Like, can you pull aggro for like 1 minute? So he would pull aggro, and I'd rebuff and heal real quick. And then I'd pull all the aggro back on me, and he would just start putting cloud after cloud after cloud of poison back on him. And that's how we beat him. I would take pop shots here and there, and I thought it was safe. Because the Black Knight shield, the Strong Magic shield spell on it. Whenever he'd hit me, I took no stamina damage. So, I would, if I saw an opening, I would take pop shots with the sword. And, yeah. Eventually, after several minutes of agonizing pain, he would die. Now, granted, we did a lot of this refining, helping people fight him ourselves, or help fight him with other people. Sometimes we both get summoned in together, sometimes we wouldn't. Come across people who are struggling, and we'd shoot them a message on the Xbox. We're like, hey, put in this password so me and my buddy both can come in here. We fought and we've killed him a bunch of times. Like, we have a method that works regardless of his health pool or anything. Granted, it was harder when we both were summons, but it still, the method worked. And essentially, I just refitted my armor, give me as much defense as possible. So he didn't one-shot me if I happened to not be blocking. But yeah, that was a fight. Yeah, darn ear itches. I gotta clean out my headphones again. I think I might have a hair in it. It keeps tickling my ear. Dark Eater Madeir. hardest boss I have ever fought. I don't know how many of my corpses I stacked up on him. I can't even fathom the number. All I know is it's enough where I finally beat him. It's also enough where I helped a buddy because we all figured out the best way to deal with him was to go solo. If you had other players in there, he would randomly target different players. Making his pattern sporadic.
Bearer of the curtain, see, let.
So we all came to a conclusion. Solo was the way. Well, I had piled so many bodies against him that I helped a buddy of mine fight him and kill him by the sounds of his TV. I told him exactly what move he was going to do, after which move, after where he was being placed at, where he was placed at in the arena, and everything, off of just sound alone. So, I don't know how many bodies I stacked up to be able to do that, but I did. Is it an easy boss fight for me now? No. But also, I only ever fought him one other time after that. And I haven't fought him since. And that time I fought him was just to get the item I needed to complete. Have all the items in the game. That was it. That's the only other reason why I fought him the second time. I had planned to, after I got into New Game Plus 7, to fight him again. Me and my buddy were just speed running the game, just getting Titanite slabs. Okay. Oh yeah, there's 13 Titanite slabs in Dark Souls 3 that are just easily accessible without doing anything special to them, including the DLC and everything. There's no grinding involved or anything. One is quest related, but you can run right through it because it gets progressed by completing the area. And that is it. You go back to the man and talk to him. And you get a Titanite slab. If you feel like going out of your way, you can get Onion Bro to be able to give you a Titanite slab as well. All the ones you get from the bosses, ones you pick up, and a couple of questline completions. I think it might be 60. But we had gotten to the point where we were just speed running it. We weren't even fighting bosses together, we were just fighting them solo. Because we had just gotten to a point where our builds were just that strong. And we just steamrolled bosses. Even DLC bosses. We had even gotten to the point where we could fight Gale by ourselves. Succeed. Took us a minute, but we could succeed. Those were the days. That's before COVID attacked. if you get the reference, I'm proud of you. If you don't, sorry for you. But yeah. I guess my third hardest boss. Who is my number 3? I remember now. The Poison Queen from the DLC of this. Oh my god. Why do you need to summon another boss as one of your minions to fight me? While you're also summoning more minions and you're just spamming stuff at me. Why do you have to hate me so much? That's my number 3. Definitely my number 2. I'd almost say I could take my number 2 slot. Oh yeah, the Black Dragon in Dark Souls 1. Well, who are nuisance really hard. I'll give number 4 Nameless King. Just more on principle than anything, because he was extremely difficult at first. But again, after you pile up enough bodies against them, you learn what works. Making them a lot easier. So his difficulty kind of dropped off after a while. Kind of became extremely easy. Sake of they deserve it. Spoon Ornstein, top 5. Because every subsequent playthrough I've ever had against them, they have just wrecked me. So, like even with that same character or New Game Plus, they still wreck me. They actually claim to kill on me. Even at that point, I think it was like 214 or 216 by the time I finally got to him. They owed me that time around. Granted, I also wanted to get Smo's hammer that time. So, brought that to a standstill forever. Because it's so much easier to drop Smo and then do Ornstein than it is to drop Ornstein and then do Smo. At least in my opinion. Now, did I say it leads to an easier fight? No. Because Lightning Smo is... hard to deal with. You know what? That's what they should have. They should have that duo come back at Night Raid. The original duo boss. One that did it right. They just leave their mechanic intact. Where you drop one, the other one absorbs the other one's power, and just starts wrecking you. That would be nice. Have the Zippy Boy, Ornstein, and the Heavy Hitter, Smo. 4 Knights of Wind. Artorias the Wolf. Ornstein the Lion. Green the Hornet. Go the Hawk. Yep. I played Dark Souls 1 a whole lot. I mean, a whole lot. Probably more than I ever really should have. But I did. Which, granted, after playing it so much, is the reason why I had the confidence to go from that point onwards as deprived for starting every single new Souls game I've ever played. Started Dark Souls 2, deprived. Which, speaking of Dark Souls 2, and the deprived, best game to start as a deprived in. You get a free set of armor. Granted, it's not good, but it's better than nothing. Where every other From Software game, you have started with nothing. Because you started with your imported clothes. I think that's what it's called. The imported set. And, having anything between you and the enemy is far better than having nothing. So I will say, far as starting as a deprived, this one makes it a little bit easier on you. A little bit. Not like that set gives you a ton of armor anyways, but it's more than having nothing. I don't know how many times I've started a new character. I have started a new character several times. Some in part where I just want to start all over again anyways, because I got tired of my new game I was on and everything like that. Plus, I just wanted to start the adventure again. Just gonna go through the whole thing all over again. To confirm what I was saying earlier about you only get one Trait Keeper sword per playthrough, I am not entirely going to argue that not being the case. I grinded myself personally a long time to get my first one. So I can't say with any certainty against it that it is just one per playthrough. But I was also using bonfire aesthetics. I was constantly resetting my playthrough technically, upping it. So I don't really know. Can't say with any degree of certainty. I know I never got a second one. I can say that with confidence. I just didn't feel like grinding a second one after it took me a whole month trying to get the first one. I mean, you know, when you're trying to get something that has a 0.02 drop chance, a 0.02% chance of being dropped, and get to the point where you don't want to grind for it second time. At this point, when I get there, this will be the 4th time I have grinded for it. Granted, this time I'm going to be doing a little bit more prepared than I was the last time. I didn't know about the Watch Dragon shield last time. Watch Dragon armor. Didn't know about that last time. I know about it now. Know about the Jester, the Tatters, and the Ring, but not about the shield. Yes, I would get the coins since I ran out of coins. All that good stuff. Bootleg Ornstein over there ain't that bad. He doesn't have his buddy to help him. Which, granted, you know, in Dark Souls 3, they had another bootleg Ornstein in a couple of them. A little bit better than this one. At least they changed him up to where he used a different weapon, and he actually, you know, was beefier and fought a little bit better than this one. Because pretty much copy-paste Ornstein is not going to do too well. Pace I'm going right at the current moment. I may have my ring here soon anyways, but I mean, I end up going over there, taking the dragon out, dispatching him. That'll be what it be when we get to it. And funny enough, in all the games I've used great swords, except for Dark Souls 2. Only one where I never used a great sword then. Didn't like the great swords in this one. They just felt off compared to the way they were in the first one, and then the way they redone them in the third one. They just felt off to me in this one. I don't know why, it just felt off. I just use straight swords in this one. And I tend to dual wield the straight keeper sword and the fume sword together. Higher stance and everything. So finally, get both. I know, and everybody likes the ultra great sword. Yeah. I was never a fan of the ultra great swords. I mean, I'll use them. I don't like them. I like something that when I go to swing, it has dial up. Which, granted, if I remember correctly, they did change great swords in this one. Anyways. Granted, they changed a lot of things in this one. Where a lot of your animation speed is tied to your adaptability stat. Hey, like how fast you can drink Estus, how fast you can parry, how fast you can roll. So much stuff is tied to that. It should not be tied to it. Yeah, at least in Dark Souls 1, or original Dark Souls, they had the resistance stat. And at least all that did was improve your resistances. That's something that affects how your character fundamentally works. You want to cast spells faster? Up your adaptability. You want to drink Estus faster? Up your adaptability. You want to crack stones faster? Up your adaptability. Parry faster, up your adaptability. It's like, I don't, luckily they did away with that within 3. Granted, if I remember right, 3 had, I want to say the luck stat? No, Elden Ring has luck. Elden Ring has arcane. 3 had luck. Arcane govern your life, or your item discovery in Elden Ring. But yeah, at least with the luck stat, it just affected your item discovery, and you can modify certain weapons to be buffed off your luck. But that was it. It wasn't game breaking if you didn't put into it. That's granted. My deprived at the current moment, I still haven't put anything into adaptability. Still setting at a big fat whopping not being boosted. Raises various attributes to ensure one survival. Boost agility and various resistances. That agility is my parry not having dialogue.
Bearer of less.
Or better still, it not taking this long or to use a miracle. It is terrible. And the funny thing is I've played through the game with 10 adaptability. I don't know how many times. It's just using the worst possible frames you can have, slowest possible healing you can have, all that stuff. And I still beat the game by myself. Now, DOC I never beat by myself. Or at least the poison one I never beat by myself. I'll phrase that way. That poison was insane. I'll put it this way. When I originally played, I never beat it by myself. started beating it since I haven't been playing on the Xbox 360. Yeah. I don't know if I've even tried it. Now, I know my favorite weapon from Dark Souls 3 was introduced in this game. There's like my new favorite weapon in Dark Souls 3, Freezing Death, I use for my builds. Because it just fits mine so well. Is the Drink Blood Greatsword. And this one, it doesn't work as well for my build. Because it's just how they do dark scaling, fire scaling. Where it's its own separate individual stat to be scaled. Where in 3, it adds faith scaling, which adds scaling to the magic and lightning that it has. Simply put, if I remember correctly, I think it's a C in all 3 in Dark Souls 3. 4, not all 3. But I think the last time, because I lost that save data too, which sucks so much. I think it was doing at like, I think I was like level 150, 160, all that high. Had pretty good stats, but I won't extremely high in stats. And I was doing in a neighborhood of like 1700 damage. Thing. Like I was hitting some enemies and I was just I was hitting some bosses and I was taking them out in like a handful of hits. Some of them just taken out in stamina. Like, just burnt a whole stamina bar and dropped it. And that was just at how powerful that weapon was with me. With Dark Infusion. I had actually made plans to grind out a second one, and that's when I found out you can only get one per playthrough of it. So I was working on completing that current playthrough. And I think that was at the same time when my hard drive and my SSDs in my computer decided they wanted to fail. Or, as I had come to find out afterwards, my SSDs had already failed. They hadn't worked. One had stopped working altogether, and one was working at like half capacity, and it had flash copied the other SSD that was in there at the time before it cracked out. So I didn't know that one had given up, but it only had access to half of its storage capacity. Not that the one I put in there was half capacity. It was actually double the capacity of the one I did have. But it had, oh no, it didn't even have access to half. It had like 4. Less. I think it was 4 terabytes. I think it had like access to like 500 gigs. And then my hard drive where I had my operating system at, it was slowly just losing data. It was just slowly just scrapping out. I mean, it eventually got to the point where it just would not do. So I ended up having to replace all that. But now I have a 500 gigabyte SSD that solely holds my operating system, and then I have a 8 terabyte SSD that holds everything else. Now granted, my hard drive I had at the time was a 10 terabyte hard drive or 12 terabyte hard drive, But since I decided to give up on life, I decided not to use any hard drives from that point on. But I also think it was partially my own fault too. Because after I had bought the second SSD, because I had bought one that had RGB in it and everything, had a cooler on it and everything, you know, all nice and shiny and fancy looking. I didn't run it back through a power supply calculator, and my power supply wasn't enough to cover it, so it caused my PC to brown out. Best way to put it. Which, doing so, ended up frying my original SSD, and it started the descent of the rest of my stuff for storage. Because I noticed it started getting slower and slower and slower and slower. Even though at my parents' house where I was at the time. Oh no, I was at my wife's place actually. I had moved in with my wife. This was before we were married, but I had moved in with her. But it decided to crap out. But I had started to notice it when I was at my parents' place. This is when I had put the part in and it, you know, it did the brown out, and I replaced it there soon after. Power supply. To the point where, one, I was on fast internet, so I shouldn't be moving slow. Two, my PC has 128 gigabytes of RAM. When I built my PC, I still had load screens only because they were programmed in. And that's the only reason why I had load screens. They would show up and go away. I didn't even have time to read the load screens. That's how fast it loaded. Granted, that was beautiful. But it started slowing down, taking forever for it to do anything. Games weren't loading as fast as they were before. And I couldn't figure it out. I took it to, how should I put this? The Blue Boys. I don't want to call out names. It's big company names anyways. You can probably figure it out from there. I went to the Blue Boys to have them work on it. They told me I had a virus on my computer. So, I don't trust them to ever work on my computer again. I took it to a local repair shop. They suggested me go to them because they weren't technically allowed to work on my computer because it was water cooled. Even though I told them that to begin with like 30 times, and I asked them 30 times, double checked with them and everything. And I had to spend money with them for them to tell me that, oh, we can't work on it after the fact. So, that was lovely. And they also decided to unseat everything I had in my PC, even though they weren't supposed to work on it. So, yeah. Needless to say, I still shop with them because they have a great warranty, but they will never work on any of my stuff ever. Granted, I built my own PC myself. I built it. It took me, I say, around 18 hours to build it. Actually physically putting it together and doing all the stuff I need to get it to work. It took me 18 hours. Granted, I built it over the course of it. I got the parts over the course of a year. It's now a $6,000 PC instead of a $5,000 PC. That's also including the operating system, Microsoft Office, the actual key for Microsoft Office, not the membership for Microsoft Office. But, yeah. You know, it's keyboard, mouse, monitors. I will add my desk into the price. I do add my headphones into the price, but not the desk. And my speakers, but my speakers were dirt cheap. They were like $30. And surprisingly good. I don't even remember the name brand of them. I know they have a little dragon on them and they have rainbow LEDs in them. They sound amazing. You just plug into the USB and the headphone jack and you're good. Yeah. Weird enough, they're good. And they were dirt cheap. I mean, the way I looked at it, it's like, well, if I buy these and they're scrap, at least I didn't lose that much money. It's like 30, 40 bucks. They're great. Been using them ever since. And my headphones that are like $200 some headphones that I got. I ended up using a gift card from work. Because again, it was I think it was a Visa gift card. They had money loaded up on it and everything for us. I used that to take some of the price off of them. They like to cut in and out. They like to drop sound quality and everything. And it's a good quality headphones. Or at least they were supposed to be. But they're wireless. And my experience with technology, wireless is not always better. And I would use Bluetooth on my PC, but for some reason, Bluetooth on my PC absolutely sucks. It will drop connection in a heartbeat. I can be sitting over here next to my tower with Bluetooth earbuds in. I can swing over here to the other end of my desk and it will lose connection. I do not know why it is not like Bluetooth. Granted, I also plan to, down the road, at some point, replace my motherboard, CPU, and my graphics card. And I'm going to redo the my cooling system in my PC entirely too. I'm going to switch from water cooled to air cooled. I'm not against water cooled. I actually like it, but somebody who stays busy all the time, keeping maintenance up on this thing is annoying. It being air cooled, much better. So when I go to do that, I'm going to buy a graphics card, which I plan to go to a 4090 at that time. I may go to a 5090, depending on what at what point in time this is. At the current moment, it's not happening this year, by any stretch of the imagination. It may not even happen next year. Most likely, it won't even happen next year, to be honest. But I still won't have my credit card paid off by then, where I'll have money to spend. Because I have found my next game I'm almost 100% sure I'm going to stream it along with billions of other games. It's like a dragon, Yakuza Pirate Yakuza. Whatever the title is, I just saw the trailer for it yesterday. I added it to my wish list. I'm going to wait till it gets closer to it being released. And then I'm going to pre-order it. Get all the pre-order stuff on my credit card. You know, I had made another set of payments on it. But, yeah. But that's my intentions. Anyways. Because I saw the trailer and I'm like, I have to play this. It's the craziest thing I have seen. And granted, I love Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I love that to death. But I don't want to have to get Ubisoft's PS sign-in thing and all that mess to play it. Yeah. I've done it once. Don't remember my stuff to log in. And I don't feel like going through the hassle of getting it back. I don't know why game companies decide if I buy the game, I have to have the login for where I bought it, and then I have to have a login for their stuff. I generally don't like it because that's a whole lot of headache. Some stuff I'll deal with if I actually like the game. Baldur's Gate 3, I'm fine with it. I don't care. Warframe, it actually has its own standalone launcher because it's its own standalone game. It's not tied strictly to Steam. But that's the only reason why that one I don't care so much because it's literally the account I'm logging into. Plus, they recently put out an update where you can have it set up to automatically sign in. You can link your Steam account and your Warframe account, and you can just auto sign in. You don't even have to do anything. As long as you have verified what you're playing on with them, you know, gone through your two-factor authentication and everything, verified that you're playing on. And then yeah, it did an auto sign in and you're good. Which I'm 1000% fine with. I don't know how many times I've put the password in. But now I'm planning to go to a better graphics card. I'm planning to go to the AM5 series chips or CPUs from AMD. The highest end one I can get at the time. Simply put. So I'm going to have to change motherboards in general. And I have an updated version of the motherboard I use, which is the MSI Godlike, to have a new version of it that has the AM5 chip socket. So I'll be bumping up to that. And then I'm just going to switch out all my fans in there for Corsair fans, because I like Corsairs. And buying things and changing things around, repair things. I like Corsairs for power supplies, because they're modular. I like Corsairs SSDs. And I also have Corsair's headphones, which at the current moment are not doing me the best, but I plan to get me a pair of wired ones. In my opinion, the wired tend to sound better anyways. Get all that together at some point, but I'm gonna replace it, fans in it. I'm gonna put probably 7 new fans in it. At the front and top of my case, it can hold 3 fans each. Really, it can hold 6 fans each. But I'm only gonna put 3 in there each. Put them on the outer side of the case so you can actually see them. Light up behind everything. in the back of my case. Which, granted, I will hang on to my motherboard and my CPU in case of failures down the road, as I have a spare hard drive, or not hard drive, but SSD. In case of my stuff wants to fail again, and I have to go through the whole process of redoing the whole thing again. I at least have something I can use to run my PC with for the time being. I think it's like a little 500 gig SSD. It's already got Windows 10 on it and everything. Personally, I prefer Windows 10 Pro, which is what I use. But neither here nor there. And I'm not going to Windows 11 anytime soon. They're still having entirely too many problems with it. And also, not all games support Windows 10 yet anyways. So Windows 11. So I don't plan to swap anytime in the near future. To be honest, as long as they continue to support it, I'll probably stay with Windows 10. Just because I know how it works at this point. Used to it, comfortable with it. Granted, it also makes me sound like I'm turning into my employer. I've been using Windows 98 since the dawn of time. Granted, for our expansion, they finally decided to bring us to the modern world. I do have some PC knowledge as far as actually building them. Now, fun fact, the motherboard I was looking at supports up to 256 gigabytes of RAM. Lovely. Do to upgrade, I will eventually at some point upgrade my RAM. When I go to upgrade my RAM, I get RGB RAM. Which personally, since I'm going to be upping my graphics card and everything on those lines, I may end up, before I start doing the upgrades as far as on the other hardware, I may go ahead and bump my power supply up. Maybe 100, 200, or possibly another 300, because I don't know how energy hungry the new CPUs are, and then all the RGB RAM in there at a certain point. I don't have RGB fans that are even more power hungry than what I have now. Water pump and like 5 fans. 6 fans. You know, it is what it is. A whole lot of down the road things. I'd buy me a new power supply. Probably, I would wait to put it in when I go do everything else, because I might end up going through the trouble of replacing all my cables in there. Because both power supplies I've owned were modular ones, So all I did was unhook from the power supply, took the power supply out, and put the other one in. Simply put. Took me all of like 5 minutes. Took longer for me to unscrew the bolts to get it out than it did actually take it out and put it back in. Now, one piece of PC advice I'll give anybody who wants to build a gaming PC, or who has questions about a PC when it comes to gaming. Try to have as much RAM as you possibly can. RAM preloads all the data for what you're running. Is where they pull the data from when it's running a program. Dark Souls 2 is like 12 gigabytes. Well, operating system is about, I don't know, 15, 20. So that's about, I'll say in the neighborhood of maybe, I'll just go out of my way and say 40 gigabytes of RAM is currently being used just for me to play the game or an operating system. And then probably like another like 5 for the streaming software. And then running the drivers probably adds another like 5 for my other stuff. So probably around like 60 gigabytes of RAM. So if you wonder why things take so long, you're running 16 gigabytes of RAM and you're expecting it to run about 60 gigabytes of data. And it's just going to bottleneck. So if your stuff wants to be laggy and latent, you know, all that stuff, it's just because it doesn't have enough RAM to load everything at one time, so it's trying to prioritize stuff it needs to prioritize. So me having 128 gigabytes of RAM, I can play pretty much any game I own, stream at the same time, and I have no issues. Because I don't have a game that's over 100 gigs. I don't even have a game that's over, I have like a couple of games that are like 60, almost 70 gigs. And those would be the only ones that would cause my computer to even think about what it's doing. But I'm also using rounded up numbers most likely on a lot of this stuff. Because your drivers don't really use as much information because that's usually done on the level of your operating system. So your operating system uses drivers to make it work, yada yada yada. And I also have Steam running in the background because I'm playing a game right at the moment because it has to run in the background because DR. Right. Yeah. That's my little piece of advice. If you want your games to run faster and smoother, without, you know, getting an SSD. RAM is a whole lot cheaper than an SSD, unless the prices have come down since I bought mine. Especially since I bought mine recently. I say recently. It's like 22 when I bought mine. And I dropped like close to $1,200 getting the two I got. Granted, I got swapped from Gen 3 SSDs to Gen 4s. Because my motherboard supports them, so I swapped to those. But aside from that, when I plan to upgrade my stuff, keeping the SSDs I have. I don't see the point of swapping them. They work perfectly fine. They're doing great. And I also don't want to have to go through a process of Re-updating Windows 10 Pro again. Even with fast internet and a fast computer, it still takes forever. Still takes me like a day to get all this done. Kind of annoying to have to deal with. But yeah, prefer not to have to deal with that. Don't want to have to deal with that again. Ever again. It's annoying. So. I recently done it to my laptop. It's because I was planning to start using it more. And it was a pre-built laptop, and it had a bunch of stuff on there. It just really didn't need. So I did a clean install of Windows in it. I use the software that allows me to just take stuff out of it. Like even like stuff you're not normally able to uninstall, they let me uninstall. So I have it running a whole lot better than what it was. It's not great, but it runs better than it was doing. But I'm also not a laptop person either. I'm a preferred device. Mainly don't like them with the trackpad. Yeah, it's cumbersome having a mouse plugged into it and having to keep up with all that mess. But personally, I just don't use laptops. I have 2 laptops, but one's a little cheap, rinky-dink laptop. It ain't worth anything, really. And then I have a gaming laptop. And I was originally recording on back in like 2019. 2019, somewhere in that area. Might have been both. Might have started in 2018 and went into 2019. I don't even remember. It's all a blur at this point. At least those couple of years are. Worked so much during that time. Yes, I was an essential employee during the pandemic. Yay! That means while everybody else got to sit at home and get free money, I had to go to work. Traffic was great. I didn't have to worry about that. Be the only vehicle on the road. Had my paper in the passenger seat that said I was special. Oh yeah. Which granted, I never had to use my special paper, but to be honest, I think the place around where I'm at just did not care. Especially where I lived at. I lived with my parents at the time. And we were out in the boonies, and they just weren't caring about what people were doing out there. 14 more to go. Let's see. So you deposited. Only one helmet. One set of armor. One gauntlet. And one set of pants. Shocking. Ah, yes, a magic stone. Yeah, I don't have a lightning one or dark one yet. What can you do? I mean, granted, later on I'll have bunches of the dark one. And I farmed those idiot pyromancers. Or souls. And I did crypt later. And they drop magic stones and dark knight stones. And they drop them in abundance. Safely say I have enough of them where if I could drop them on my enemies and hurt them, I'd have enough to drop them all and kill them. All. Which, by the way, they take an exorbitantly large amount of damage from hexes. From dark damage. Not like dark damage whatsoever. Neither do the Drake Keepers. Yeah, that is what it is on that part. I do have thoughts on the next computer that I want to build. Not upgrade this one, but the next one I want to build. I'm thinking about using an AMD Threadripper. And I was going to have... I know for a fact I would have at least 3 SSDs in it. Getting on up to about 20 terabytes of data storage. One of them in there being basically just for operating system. Which, side note, it's a good thing to have your operating system on a whole separate drive altogether. Not like a partition, but a whole separate like device in your PC. It makes it run a whole lot smoother. Because if it's the only thing that's on it, have to work as hard to find it, and it runs a little bit faster. And since mine's an SSD, yeah, it's just faster in general. Which, funny enough, I'm like, I didn't know if SSDs were going to be all that great. I bought an external one for my Xbox One X, and I put some games on it, and it runs so much faster. And that's what made me make my mind up when I was building my PC. I was putting an SSD in it. I hate fighting hiding knights. They have some of the most unfair moveset ever. And the sword they have doesn't even have the same moveset. It's just... it irks me to have to deal with that. There's two ways to trigger them. First way is to kill the Dragon Rider. Second way is to kill the dragon. Not the old Dragon Slayer. Kill the dragon and they aggro. Or I think as soon as you go that direction, they aggro. I don't know. But yeah, you can aggro them, and it just makes life so much more miserable. Awestone number 12. 13 more to go. Go down, 13 to go. Could get a great magic weapon, but it's like a chime right now, so it did me no good. I'm just waiting until I have the 25 and just that. Get my ring. At the moment, it's not worth piling in the 10 stones. Plus, this also helps me keep track of how many I need and how many I got. I feel like I'm going to do this a few hundred more times. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and we'll just start dropping one each time I kill him from here on out. That's a level of wishful thinking I shouldn't have. As a fully grown adult, anyways. The proper level of wishful thinking is, I'll get it done before the end of the stream. About 2 more hours. I do not plan to stream me getting the Dreamkeeper sword. I don't want it recorded footage of that misery. Granted, me and games drop chances. It's always abysmal. It's never a quick and easy situation. It's always a case of 6 months later, I'm still farming. 6 months later, I gave up farming for it. It's no longer worth it to me. So, yeah. Back when I used to play Pokemon. I shiny hunted at one point in time. Never got a single shiny the entire time I ever played. I've been playing Pokemon ever since it existed. And I have never gotten a shiny, except for the red Gyarados. And I don't count that one. And if you count that one, you never should. But I have never actually acquired a shiny Pokemon outside of the red Gyarados is given to me. It's not given to you. You're getting a chance to, catch it, but same principle. It's served to you on a silver platter. I don't count that one. The weeks, the months, the years spent trying to get a shiny Charmander. So I could have a black Charizard. I only find out here recently that the RNG in Emerald, because it's the one I used to farm it in, is broken. So the time I spent, the hours of playing, trying to get a shiny Charmander to hatch, were worthless, pointless. You have to know so much stuff, and specifically know when you can get your shiny Pokemon in that one. So I never expect to get it. Now I don't. At this point, I'm getting over the whole shiny thing. Granted, it took me about 15 years to get over it, but it is what it is. Granted, back in the day, it was just the very beginning of the internet, as we know it today. Like, information is becoming a little bit more readily available. But we didn't have people that would, go through the code of games and find this stuff out at the time. They didn't post it online, so forth and so forth. Like at the time, YouTube was just taking off good. It was just starting to get its feet. Facebook had just become a thing when I was graduating from high school. Facebook might have been 2 years old at that point. MySpace was still a thing. I mean, I'll be perfectly blunt, I'm older than Google. I'm technically older than the internet. When I was born, there was no such thing as the internet. Or, I put it to you this way, there was no such thing as the consumer internet. Internet meant for personal consumption. like corporations, they had access to corporate networks. And the military had access to theirs. I wouldn't say they had special access to their own network companies. But they were the first ones to get it before regular people. I remember going to the library, checking out books, educational VHSs. I remember when you have to switch the TV to channel 3 to play a video game. I actually had one weird TV where I had to put it on channel 2. I even had one where you had to use a coax cable to connect to the TV, where you would usually connect the cable box to it. And that would use channel 2. So, yeah, I've been around the block for a while. I mean, my first game console was the Nintendo Entertainment System, and that was originally my brother's. Or the NES. My first one that I could call my own was the N64. And my Game Boy Pocket. I got my Game Boy Pocket before that because I had Pokemon Red. The Red Game Boy Pocket was Pokemon Red. And it came with the guide for Pokemon. They gave you a list of all the Pokemon and how to catch them. Didn't have Mew in it because Mew wasn't even a thing yet. At least not to us in the West or in America. That's how long ago that's been. I eventually got a Game Boy Color. It's the nice purple see-through one. I inherited my brother's PlayStation when he moved out. And when he got out of college and he bought him a PS2, he gave me his PlayStation. There for the longest time, I stayed a console generation behind. I eventually got my own PS2 some years later. And then I'm gonna get me an Xbox. The original one. Before that, I would get, in my eyes, the single greatest console ever produced by Nintendo. The GameCube. Masterpiece. And the Switch is alright. It will never outdo the GameCube. It did everything right. And it too was also portable. But the controls were right. The games were good. It had no, stupid gimmicks. And if it wasn't the whole thing for the console. You could connect Game Boy Advances to the console if the game supported it. And be able to play a game with your Game Boy Advance. You could see special stuff on the screen. All that good stuff. So nice. Those were the days. Those were the good days. And in recent years, it finally got me a new GameCube because mine gave up. It didn't want to live anymore, so it gave up. I still sold it to a pawn shop. It would still at least boot to the GameCube menu. And so it was proof that it worked. But when I sold it to them, I made sure I had no GameCube games with me. When I sold it, so I didn't have none to test it. They had none there to test it with, so it worked out perfect for me. But I had a Wii at the time, so I used the Wii. It's one of the first generation Wiis. I actually played GameCube games, had a memory card slot, the ports for controllers, all that good stuff. So, I still played my GameCube. It just happened to be a Wii. I didn't even buy the Wii for Wii games. I bought the Wii to keep playing the GameCube games. Second greatest console Nintendo ever made, because it's just a GameCube with added features. Just couldn't use the Game Boy player with it anymore though, which luckily I recently got one of those in the past few years with working disc. So yeah, now with my old man eyes, I can play my Pokemon games on big TV. Big screen, so I can actually see what I'm doing now. And I finally completed my collection of the Game Boy Advance games. I have all 5 of them now. And I have Coliseum. I gotta get Gale of Darkness at some point. Never played that. This is my second time owning all 5. I sold all mine at one point. That's the easy way of putting it. Not gonna get into that particular story. That's a lot of trauma dumping. On that one. Trauma dumping. Rage inducing. Yeah. I still don't talk to that person. I actually ended up working where I worked at, and I talked to him because I had to work. And that was it. That's all the reason why I even talked to him. Past that point, I would have never talked to him. Grant, they don't work with me anymore, so I've never talked to him since. So. Tragic scars of Pokemon. Still, personally, I don't particularly care for the new games because I can't get to the Pokemon I want most of the time. I'm not jumping through all the hoops to get all the Pokemon the way you have to do it nowadays. And plus, you know, Gen 3 was my gen anyways. I mean, even my wife knew my favorite Pokemon game before I got it again the second time. I talked about it all the time. So, yeah. That's also the reason why my credit card is currently almost maxed out, because I finally just broke down and bought all the stuff I was missing. Hence why me getting new games right at the moment. Should I put it? A stretch. Now I'm getting that Yakuza game because it seems like utter madness, craziness, and fun. Mainly fun and crazy. I've seen the Yakuza games. I have thought about buying them. Just never have. So it's gonna be interesting, I know that much. So you can definitely expect me to be streaming that. And it comes out on a Friday, so you can expect me to be streaming it that Saturday. I won't be able to take that Friday off, be able to stream it that Friday, but I will definitely be streaming it that Saturday. I can guarantee that. And yes, that will definitely be a face cam stream. I want you to see me reacting to the ridiculousness that is going to be that game. It'll be the first time in a long time anybody's seen a pure expression of joy on my face. I'm an adult now. Yeah, it doesn't happen often enough. It's like my niece, my nephew, my brother, they have started playing Sea of Thieves together. Well, I own it on Xbox, but I don't want to buy Xbox Live anymore, or any memberships to be able to play it online anymore. So if I want to be able to sit and play with them, I have to buy it here on PC and everything. I would go through the hassle of transferring my stuff over because I don't want to redo that. Plus, I have like an account from when it first started up, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I'll do whatever I need to do to port it over. That's also not a now thing, that's a later thing at some point. Which, granted, I used to play Warframe with my dad, Sea of Thieves with my dad. We even played Deep Rock Galactic. But he's supposed to have surgery here soon, or not soon, next month. So he's not going to be able to work for a while. He's not going to be able to use one arm. My nephew, niece, and my brother, they're going to try to get him to play with them, you know, while he's not able to work. Probably during his physical therapy time. And he can actually move his arm. He has surgery on his rotator cuff in his shoulder. So, no moving that arm for a hot minute. But yeah. Plus he's getting on close to retirement age anyway, so got that coming up soon. What is this sorcery here? I've gotten like 4 back to back. 3 or 4 back to back. What is this nonsense? Here. I'll only need 9 more now.
instead of the 13 I needed a few minutes ago. I guess if you bash your face against it long enough, RNG moves up. Yeah. So, who knows? I might have my Warframe buddy back again. Never know. Granted, I had a buddy from high school who used to play Dark Souls Wolf, Halo Wolf, all kinds of stuff, even Pokemon Wolf. But, yeah. He doesn't really game much nowadays, so. Granted, now he's getting more back into it. He did just buy himself a gaming PC. So he's, playing on PC now. Me personally, I recommend to any console players out there that are old enough to understand the nuances of dealing with a computer. Go to PC. I've been running this PC without needing to upgrade at all since 2020. And to be perfectly honest, the only reason why I'm upgrading what I want to upgrade is mainly because I want to change my cooling system. And if I'm going to change my cooling system, I got to change my graphics card. Because what I have right now has a water break built into it. Fan replaced with it or anything, so I'd have to buy a graphics card in general. And if I'm upgrading my graphics card, I might as well upgrade the rest of my PC. I'm not going to, slow it down because I didn't want to fork out the extra money. It probably, in all honesty, probably run me like $3,000 to do my upgrade. Once I do that, and in all perfect honesty, especially after doing the RAM upgrade, I'll never have to touch my PC again until probably 2040. So, because unless games start making this magnificent leap, and game consoles start making this magnificent leap where they can keep up with my current PC, let alone pass it, then I will have absolutely no need to upgrade my PC again for at least the next 15 years from this point. Because if you spend the money now, especially with, Sony's PS5 Pro, the price tag on it, it's $700. You're already almost at $1,000, and that's a good starting point for a budget. Start buying parts for a PC. Like, if you feel like taking the time, if you feel confident being able to build yourself, or save the money up, get somebody to build one for you. Might cost a little bit more than what I built mine for, because I built mine myself. But you can have an amazing PC, and you'll never have to buy another console. Because if you start buying Sony's console, they're going to start putting it on PC. And from what I can tell from Microsoft's move with Xbox, is they're kind of shifting away from consoles and just developing games, like Sega did. Which is perfectly fine. Because at this point, you're just doing the rat race of, I'm trying to keep my console relevant enough to keep up with PCs. The only thing that makes a console good is ease of use. That is simply it. And with the way PC gaming is nowadays, I just download my game, I click on the icon, and I just play my game. Because I have the drivers and everything set up in here to where it auto detects my settings, what my PC's capable of, and it sets the settings of my games. I just go from there. And you can also set it to detect your controller. Use whatever controller you want. I use an Xbox Elite controller, Series 2. Well, this is the, I think the Xbox Series 2 core line. It's a blue controller. That's Elite controller. And like I said, all you gotta do is just click on the icon, start it up, and go. Like I save my, I put on my start menu all my games that I routinely play. Or ones that I know I'll most likely want to play most of the time. So I just hit my start menu, pull it up, go inside, click on them, and play. Like Warframe, it's like smack dab in the center of that list of them. And it's just like I just go click on it and I go play. Nothing to it. And also, thanks to Steam, they're now making publishers actually give you timelines on DLC and everything like that for games. They're forcing it. They're kind of killing the season pass. 100% down. Because they're making them up front when they go to publish their game. Tell them the timeline. Like for the DLC coming out. And they can push it back 1 month. That release date that they have. They can't just keep pushing it back, pushing it back, pushing it back, pushing it back. Until they finally get it ready. It has to be ready to ship within a month of that release date, pretty much. Which I like that. Love that. After they decide to release more DLC down the road, that's a whole separate thing. But as far as for like the season pass, if you're gonna say you're gonna give them DLC, they have to roadmap it out, set dates and everything. And if they don't do it, Steam is refunding you your money for the season pass for what you didn't get or what they failed to deliver. So I love you, Steam, for that one. Like, old game industry accountable for some things. And it's like me personally, I hate microtransactions in games, with the exception of Warframe. I'm fine with Warframe's microtransactions. Because it's not tied to you actually being able to play the game or anything like that. Or it's not so outrageously priced where you spend $30 to get one skin. And the only way you can get that premium currency is you have to like buy it. Or with Warframe, you can trade and get the premium currency from the players. And yes, they may be players who have bought the premium currency. But it's a thing of everybody trades. Like if you have something somebody wants, they'll trade it for platinum. You get platinum, you don't have to buy it. You don't have to spend a dime in the game. You never want to. I spend money with it because I actually like DE. They actually donate like part of what they make to charities. So I feel less hesitant to actually spend money with it.
Bear.
They just all the way around make me feel better about, sinking money in them. It's granted at the current moment I don't have money to sink into anything, really. But buying that game when I really shouldn't be buying it. But I'm also buying it so maybe it can help me get some recognition on Twitch and everything. Everybody else is playing it, so jump on that particular bandwagon. Now, granted, there's other games coming out, but I don't really care. You'll never see me playing Call of Duty. Just never. I got tired of that series years ago. And I played it again like couple years ago with a bunch of work buddies, and it was so poorly optimized on my PC. It was taking up 100 plus gigs on my PC, and it was just Warzone. Not the game, not the multiplayer, just Warzone. So it's like, yeah, you know, I bought, I think, Modern Warfare 3, or 2 and 3, so I could play online matches with everybody at work. And it's like, it got to the point where everybody else stopped playing it, and I'm like, and they're like, you'll get the new one? I'm like, no. Because it's like 300 gigs. At that point. So I just uninstalled Battle.net. And I stopped playing Diablo 4 forever ago at that point. It just bored me to death. It bored me to death because the loop was just boring. And when they started the first season, they nerfed everything into the ground, and that just left a terrible taste in my mouth. The game, and I just did not feel like slogging through it again. So I ended up uninstalling that, Call of Duty, and I just left it. And I will probably never play another game that requires Battle.net. So I'm not even worried about it at this point. And like, it ran so poorly on my PC. That tells me that it is extremely unoptimized. And my PC is not a piece of junk. It's a high-end PC, so it should run things at either high settings or ultra settings all the time. I had to pull it down to medium settings just to get it to run properly, because I had it so unoptimized. It just hurts my feelings. It has to be like that bad. And I honestly believe they do it deliberately. They force people not to buy new games on console, because most of the consoles only have like 500 gigabytes of space. And by the time you cram updates in it and everything like that, and then you put that in there, and it's about 300 gigabytes. You don't have space for any other game. So you have to make the choice of, am I playing Call of Duty, or am I going to constantly reinstall Call of Duty? It's 300 gigabytes when I want to play with my buddies. Or do I want to just play other games and never play with my friends again? It's, yeah. Granted, me being a solo player, and all my buddies, one, not playing Call of Duty because they don't like Call of Duty either, but, or my buddies that I used to play with anyways. We never really got into Call of Duty. We were Halo people. We were Halo nuts. That was our jam. But, yeah. Those were the days. Favorite one was Halo Reach. I played that thing 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. until I got Dark Souls. So if that doesn't put into any perspective how much I played it. I played it from when it released on September 14th till I got Dark Souls. And I played it 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I would do little odd jobs to get money to be able to buy the map expansions for it. Those were the days. Like, I didn't even have a bank account at the time, so I would literally just get the money, go get an Xbox point card, whatever, or Xbox cash card, whatever it was called at the time. Load it up on my account, buy the DLC, and go from there. But yeah, those were the good times. When games were actually complete and actually had real DLC. Didn't have microtransactions. Gaming was good then. Gaming was good. And that was also before my go-to time waster game was made too. So games had to be good back then because I had nothing to fill the time in between good games. Other than the old games I owned that were already good. And that's before Warframe was even made. It was back about like, let's see, 2010. Halo Reach came out in September of that year. I didn't get my first job until 2011. It was a crap job. Granted, it wasn't like I wasn't looking for jobs either, but nobody wanted to hire me at the time. What else was I left to do with my day other than just sit and game all day? I would go do little odd jobs when I want to get some money to pay for things. Bum like $20 off my parents, so I'd have gas money for my car. Yeah. Which granted, I drove a 99 Cavalier back at that time, so $20 would last me a whole month. Do little odd jobs here and there, give me a few bucks. And I don't know how many nights I would have gone to Sheets at like 6 a.m. or like 5 a.m. Go to Sheets, eat, come back home, get home just before my day would get up at like 7. My backpack that had my Xbox 360 in it and all that. Plug that in, set it down, crawl to bed, and just crash till like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I put in for jobs when I get up. Oh, I guess that happens. Those were the days. Actually, when this came out the first time, I was working for a pizza chain. I'll leave it at that. The blue one again. I took a whole week off. My boss wanted to know why I was taking a week off. I told him I was taking a trip. Drank Lake. He was like, "Where's that at?" And I told him, like, it's a European country. I'll be back in time. Don't worry. He never pieced it together. That's the fun part about all that. And yeah, I said play this for a whole week. Right, I was unpaid that entire time because, you know, I was a part-time employee. You didn't get no vacation time. So I was like, hey, yo, I'm going out of the country for a while. I'm not going to be here to be able to do any work. Exact story I told him. Like, where are you going? I'm like, Drang Lake. It's European. Which I'm not entirely wrong. It is a very European setting. Maybe, you know, a few centuries ago, though. But yeah, that's what I told my boss. He's like, how can you afford to do that? I'm like, I've been saving my money up for a while. I've been saving it up for like 6 months. You know, so I can afford to take this trip and everything like that. Yada yada yada. Yeah. That's how I took off to play Dark Souls 2. In 2015. Oh no, that's the newest upgrade. This was like 2013 when it first came out. '12, 2013, somewhere in that area. Souls 3 came in. And I was working out where I'm at now when Elden Ring came in. I know that for a fact. And I took off, at least took off a couple of days for Dark Souls 3. Couldn't swing the whole week. I didn't have the time for it. Like now, a lot of games come out on Fridays now, so like that's perfect for me. Where I work, and if I put in for a Friday, I have the whole weekend off if we have to work it. It's great. They tend to release on Thursdays on Steam at like 7 o'clock in the afternoon. And not using 2 days to be off work nowadays. I have to use my time for other things nowadays. But Yakuza game. I would take the Friday off in a heartbeat and stream it all day Friday, but that's not happening. You know, I'm surprised they haven't killed me yet. I've not been playing at the most proficient. I've been so sloppy and been hit several times. Just surprised I haven't died. And the only reason why I popped a human effigy is because I didn't want to look at my undead self all the time. I mean, granted, I have no problem staring at it when I'm doing my leveling, but I'm also wearing a shirt. Nice. Nice. We have 20 milestones. Just 5 more. I don't know, I might just do it before I enter the stream. I have 1 more left. I might just run the stream over, get that last one, just completion's sake. But now, if I'm still a handful away, I'm not. You know, I am hungry. And I plan to have waffles and bacon. Some milk. Wash it down. And that's also the reason why I'm moving my stream to 5 instead of 4. I have time to eat. Because our groceries got delivered at like 3:30 and it had the waffles in it. And I just didn't have enough time. Or it got delivered at like 3:20-ish. And by the time I grabbed it all inside, it was 3:30, which is when I usually come downstairs and start prepping for my stream. But I had to shove all the groceries up and everything, at least the cold stuff. Get it all shoved up where it needs to be at. So it was like more like 3:40 by the time I finally made it down here. I didn't have enough time to eat. Readjust my schedule. Which, granted, that's what this whole month I'm going to be using it for anyway. Just see how it all fits in with my schedule. So if I need to change my times, I can do it now before I'm too set in stone on what I do. Like, I don't want to be changing it 6 months from now. I'd rather change it now. I'm just starting back to streaming again. Instead of, waiting forever. Like my Saturday ones, they might move to 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Might. I don't think I'm gonna have a problem with that, no. Because me and my wife, we go to Sheets every 2 weeks. We have some gas in my car. We drive an SUV, it takes more gas. But we're usually back home by 1:30. I work second shift, by the way. Night out. So if you end up hearing me call my Saturday stream Friday stream, it's because I hadn't gone to bed yet, so in my mind, the day hadn't changed yet. Even though physically it has, mentally it hadn't. So, if you ever hear me do it, that's why. But yeah. Yeah, usually get her. Go to Sheets. I'll put gas in, and then we'll go inside, get something to eat, sit there and eat it. You know, kind of have like a little mini date night. That's also the reason why, even though as of late, for the most part, I've been off on Saturdays. I don't stream during the Saturday afternoon/evening, is because usually that's when we're not going to Sheets, it's when we go out to eat somewhere. It's on Saturday nights. So, you'll never catch me streaming on Saturday evenings. One of our favorite places to go to. They're not open on Sunday. I know it's not the chicken place. It's an actual restaurant. They're just not open on Sundays. But, yeah. I wouldn't name drop them, but then I would have to drop exactly where I live because I don't know how many restaurants have that name because it's not a chain, so maybe like 1,000 of them that have that name, and they're not be related. So that name drop, no, I don't want to drop where I'm exactly at. I mean, you can tell I'm on the East Coast because of my times, but or am I? Because I could just be going off of Eastern time to do my streams, but. But no, I'm on the East Coast at the very least. But yeah. Which makes it easy for me when DE does their daily resets because it's the same time. Same time zone, so yeah. My life easier. You don't have to use as many brain cells. I don't need to think too hard. I just need to. That has been feisty. Somebody's fighting back. Didn't help him. But at least he fought back. But, yeah. But no, that's what we usually do on our Saturdays. Yes, I do. Take a level up this one. Start bumping my intelligence. So I won't be a smooth brain. Get a couple of ridges in there. I can hold on to a thought. Awestone. Next 21. 4 more to go. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. I do not care about the rank 3 item for this. It's just a cream that increases your fist damage. Or bare hand damage. I think. I don't know. I know it increases damage done with your hands. Fist.
Bearer
Fist weapons include
seek
whatever.
less.
Live forever. Just to be perfectly honest, after I get my ring later on tonight, do a few things. Especially eat. But probably be back to playing again. Working on getting stuff done. Probably making more progress. I am into Iron Keep. And I do have the Smelter Demon up next to fight. I'm currently working on clearing out all the Alon Knights. I've already cleared out a bunch of them anyways. 22, here we go. I've already cleared out like the first set of them. I'm taking my time working on clearing all of them out. Just so I can get a easy run up to the Smelter Demon. It's got nightmare. I've always had troubles like it. I want to dispatch him for 2 reasons. I might double check it before I end up doing this. But I want to dispatch him, 1, just so I have that bonfire as close by. And 2, I plan to pop a bonfire aesthetic so I can fight the pursuer to get the +2. Blades +2. Having that to go for the rest of the game is, I will deal with having to drag my lifeless corpse through that fight as many times it takes to kill him the second time after dispatching all of the other Alon Knights again. So I might gain a good little bit of levels out of this. That's granted, I plan to wear my leveling ring, leveling hat, leveling gloves. I'm doing it. I like to have a little bit of defense against them. They do hit kind of hard right now. Don't have a lot of health, don't have a lot of stamina. Good gear in general. Just flying through his Awestone right now. Can I get 2 more? I'll go ahead and get 2 more. I might try to go ahead and take on a crane. Granted, switch away from the company of champions, but it'll be a blue boy game. But yeah, I'm working on that, which I need to double check because I know Scholar the First Sin is different than regular Dark Souls 2. I'm going off of regular Dark Souls 2 logic. Played that for a good long while. Before Scholar the First Sin came out and became a thing. I need 1 more. Alright. Well, my 1 viewer, you may get, a longer stream. Because now I'm not going to stop until I get that 1 step. I don't get any more for the next hour. I will bash my face against him for the next hour. Granted, I've been bashing my face against him for the past 3 hours and a few minutes. But, actually, honestly, I was already fighting him before he even started the stream. I've probably been fighting him for like 5 minutes before I started the stream. So I've been fighting him for about 3 1/4 hours. And while I had my little next stream slide up, screen up, I was fighting him. Third hands while trying to get him to drop some stones. fighting him, trying to get him to drop stones before we even went live. Didn't even. I think he dropped none. Yeah, he dropped none until I went live. Yeah. Oh, 25. There we go. Oh, there we go. Now we can go get it done. We're gonna change covenants. Well, cash out this end, then change covenant. Nice shiny new ring. That's gonna make my life so much better. Alrighty. One eternity later. I'm not sure if I haven't offered any before. Yeah. I like how in Dark Souls 3 they just let you offer as many as you have. Be here a while. Let's see, even gained a rank. I got a great magic weapon. Yep, I had deposited none. None. This next 15. Slowly getting there. Slowly. Well, tell me it's 10, then 25, and then 50. 10, then 15, and then 25. That would be terrible. Granted, it is a Souls game. I would not put it past it. It's not an accumulated number, it's a overall number. That's what you have to have each time for a rank up. Would not put it past the From Software. equip low. Health.
Got all the good stuff now.
Alright. Let's start from here because this is the easier spot to start from. Get over there. Granted, I am a whole lot stronger than I was too. I've gained quite a few levels. Having just heal on that lightning spear. Move right there. There's no tail, no nothing. You just no wind up, nothing. The most BS move ever. Absolutely zero tail to it. Maybe he'll wander off and that won't bother me. Said me never. I belong a little hurt much. I suppose the actual thing is just my opinion. Backstab fish. And it's really this thing to do. I have found that it's reliable for doing this. They like to just throw that out there out of nowhere. This guy is more of a boss than I do bosses. And that's the sad truth about all this. He's harder than the bosses. This one I can just dispatch in like 2 seconds. Dispatched in 2 seconds. I was wondering when I'd see that. I didn't leave the Covenant. get my dumb self back over here. It's a blue, we're a blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-doo.
Look how hot. May you fight?
Alright, I'm a blue boy. Alright, I shouldn't do 50% more damage to me, and I shouldn't do 20% less than that. Essentially, they shouldn't be able to one-shot me now. Pretty much. Killed him just about one hitting the sword. I'm gonna overhit him. That's a good move right there. That has been a definitely, I don't know how many times. Because I'll tag him one time and he'll instantly go right into that move, regardless of his recovery animation. Makes. See, now he's doing a charge attack, and he just stood there, you know what he's doing. Yep, get ready to charge at me. Where's why I know he's doing a charge move, is he stops moving. Quick enough that time to be able to block. You'll not catch me farming their armor. I like the armor, I like the way it looks, but you're not going to catch me farming. Ever. Actually, let me do this. Personally feel better having things equipped this way. Oh. Boy, it's coming to me. Good. Not good. Brain dead there. Mississippi attack. Alright, let me heal this time, switch to my attack magic. I think I'm making that level of rookie mistakes. Follow me. Another one back away, de-aggro. Another one that made it back to where he's supposed to park his bike. Aggro, shoot him to get him down ribbon. Yes, good. That attack with no wind-up animation whatsoever. That shield's gonna be wrecked by the that part isn't that bad at parry. When you don't have any animations to read, you can't parry. Elasticity. to show up after only a New Game Plus. No more there. You're a spear boy. You're worse. But never rise again. Thanks. Alrighty, let's try this once more. I'm trying to use all my Estus up before I actually go fight him. Really? Yep. Now he's awake, so he's gonna be aggro the whole time.
Where?
No, he's a sleepy boy. Good. This may be a case of I run them out of spawns and I just walk up there to him. I do know he can't follow that up with another one. Or maybe he can. Why would I know his animations? All I know is they tend to lead to my death. 95% of the time. Really? And then I miss. Plus, I miss. Why would I hit my target? There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Why can't you just... I don't know. Why ran off the edge of the cliff. My life would have been so much better. Charge attack. I expect it to go horribly, horribly awry. At any moment. He wants to come, but he doesn't come over here. Fine. Less he has when he gets, less health he has, he gets to be the better. Bit of a backstab. Lined up just right. Simple fact that I'm going to be fighting these guys for a while, probably. I'm going to die like 20 times. I already feel like I am. already figured I did wrong by not just sprinting straight towards him to begin with. So much damage to him. He stood 0 chance. Oh, that just... Oh. Not even with a fresh weapon. Demolished him. What do I got here? At least something good. 5 human effigies. At least they know the toll to get here. Go and try to fight him. Have any repair powder because I think I put that away. Yes, good. Alrighty. Let's see if I can't handle good old Ornstein. Long sword and a shield. Okay, respectable damage. Gonna crush him? No. Can he outright kill me? No. Without his buddy here, it's a lot more trivial. Plus, also having 100% physical damage absorption of shield isn't hurting. He doesn't do a short grip. grip as the grab. Where he takes his hand and grabs towards the front of the spear instead of the back of the spear. That's the grab. I got Blue Boy PvP. Large tower shield. Like a cracked blue eye orb.
Transient being, this is no place. Be gone.
Whatever. You do you. Yay! Because I'm not part of that cut of it.
Bearer of less.
Alright. Current goal is to get into 20. So I can use my staff when I do finally get it. That's too much.
You've been well. You see that black? Is he? He sort of. But I was born. They're a from, and so they're a dick. But it's just these stones. Some visit me.
Just repeat yourself. Let me get some life gems from the old woman. I don't have any regular life gems. Very much use them.
Thank you.
Alright. Got that whole area cleared out. At least as far as getting things done anyways. Or his enemies done or something like that. Was gonna do some soul farming, but I just defeated that boss. So I feel pretty good about things. Yeah, it does work out there. Good. combo and you're done. There we go. Try to get you to put that low. The heal spell should definitely do a lot better now. Since, you know, I have 22 in faith. So I'll sit here and take extra damage trying to fall from all the way up here to the top of the water. Let's get him taken care of. To the next guy. I'll get an arrow into his noggin. Oh, he's dead. I already learned. You do any damage to him and then you get him with a backstab. They crumble like folded paper. Let's see, how much do y'all like lightning? Ah, what I wanted to do. You're hanging on by that thread. At least I got one of y'all. My goal is to just cut them all down. There's nobody left. So I can just walk right up to the smelter demon with no resistance whatsoever. So I can carry him when I have like almost 30 human FPGs, so I'm not all that worried about a lot of things right now. Goal is not necessarily to kill all of them each time, but to kill as many as you can. It's a full deal at this point. Not bad, not bad. came there and tried to shoot an arrow at my face, so I'm standing behind you. Seems logical. Logically evil there. Stuff set up. One of you is already ready to die. Alright, maybe they're all over this time. Resource heavy, but maybe throw. Somebody. Do the melee. He handled himself for me. Six is not a bad hunt. The 14,000. Yeah, that's all about me. Yeah, level time. Going up 10 levels. Actually, about to make it 11. Not bad. Especially killing one enemy that gives me like 500 souls. With all that gear I had on and boosting my soul intake.
There.
I mean, granted, I didn't have the full setup boost my intake, but still. Yeah. Darkness bonus is 112. Nice. Having some more wooden arrows.
I need I'll be around.
I'll do one more pass through against those guys. That's for the stream. And I'm gonna go have waffles and bacon. So hungry. I don't even remember what that item is. I don't know if it's worth trying to run out to. I knew that was technically a good item, but I such piss poor luck trying to get to it. It ain't even funny. Every time I've tried. I don't even remember what the item is, but no, it's not a bad. Somebody fell to their death. It was the archer who fell to his death. That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Don't want to aggro those guys again. After I finish it in darkness 20, I'll run up my health, stamina up to 20, and my mind to 20, so 50 slots. Oh, you should be dead. Then I might just break down and take adaptability to 20. 10 whole levels. I leave my souls here and everything. Got a little bit more health than I did before. I have no enemies around here. There we go. And separated them so I can stand on top of each other. but let me know. I should be ending my stream. That's not what I wanted to do. Luckily, it takes him 6 months to shoot. You have too long of a wind up there, my man. Oh no, that's not happening. Yeah, that's just death. But anyways, this is pretty much where I'll be ending the stream at. I'll be streaming Wednesday at 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. I have no idea what I'm going to be playing. I might start Doom Eternal so I can have it done and wrapped up before Like a Dragon comes out close to the end of February. I might go ahead and start playing that so I can get that done and out of the way. Please do, you know, follow me on Twitch, follow me on YouTube. I do have the link in my channel bio, I believe. Twitch, I need to double check that, make sure to my link tree that leads to all my other stuff. I have a website on there that I don't use anymore. I actually don't even have the URL anymore. I need to go on there and remove that, but my link tree should be in my bio, either here or my YouTube channel. That way you can get to all my stuff. I should probably add that in here somewhere on the bottom of my banner at some point. All my stuff. But I will be streaming Wednesday from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. That should never change. That I know. Saturday streams, possibility of changing. I know Sunday streams after this one will change to being 5. And my content's going to stay random because as long as I'm happy with the game I'm playing, I can be more enthusiastic. I'll phrase it that way. That's why I'm looking forward to playing the Yakuza game. It looks crazy. Looks like it's going to be a blast. But I'll see you Wednesday at 2 a.m.